And we are live. Sorry about the delay. Thank you, phone. All right. Alright, so the first thing I have to do today is write a press release for my tabletop RPG I'm in. We're going to put that in. No worries. An hour. Good morning. How are you doing, River? That sucks. Bad sleep or those are rough. Oh fuck, that's loud. I'm sorry to hear that. It's going to be an other piece. What had your week all... I had a really fun old-fashioned phrase that I was going to use, and I don't remember it. It wasn't Helter Skelter. Cumbly Wumbly? Something. Nimbly Pimbly. It might. I mean, it's something really similar to that, to be honest with you. Topsy-turvy. I think that was what I was thinking of. My Friday was weird as hell. The rest of my week was pretty good. My Friday was a weird Friday. Good weird, but weird. I have to write this press release. Yeah, well, they've helped me in that they exist, and I now need to... the amount of effort and work it's going to require for me to, like, get them working the way I need them, the way I want them to, is still a lot, so it's going to suck up a lot of time. Popcorn. I ate lunch or I ate breakfast already. I always add salt to the popcorn since I lived with my best friend for a while. And her mom did it. And now I can't, and now, like, it's salty. And basic human brain goes salty. Yummy. Kitten. My cat is desperately digging for, like, one piece of food. He got fed, like, 3 hours ago, the fatty. I don't know if you can hear him. I also cannot do white cheddar stuff. No. I for whatever reason I don't appreciate the white cheddar. To be fair, it took me until not that long ago relative to eat cheddar. I used to just eat mozzarella. I'm slowly expanding my cheese repertoire. What is a suitably cheesy pun for... So, I'm writing the... Hey, we are the heroes taking over... We are the heroes stepping into this gap for the city. And the... Ha! I see what happened there. And the hero group is called Pantheon. I just... So I'm writing superhero press releases. I assume that means it's got to have a pun. The superhero group is Pantheon. And unfortunately, I'm the leader of the group, and my character's background is quite literally master press release person. Or publicist, that's the word. Oh, I could ask my sister. Alright, what are my goals? Oh, let me zoom this in too. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That should be more legible. I mean, it's not going to be an actual press release, but I should maybe go above and beyond and try to make it an actual press release. Now that you said it, I should probably do it. Because that sounds like an awesome idea. The members of Pantheon. We have Fortuna. I did not. Sorry, my week was kind of crazy. I have it book. I have it still like unread email. You know, read me. I meant to do it last night, and then I ended up. One of the units in the hospital did a happy hour that I got invited to, and I never do things like that, but I decided to just do it. You know, interact with my coworkers outside of work. It was nice. Alright, Fortuna. Shimmer. Archangel. Web. I know what the powers are of the other players. I don't remember what their hero names are. Got 3 other players, one of which is a blue. Is named after a Japanese dragon. One is either Demeter or Persephone or another plant-based goddess. And the other one is Siren. Or something similar to Siren. We'll do this. Demeter. Dragon. Because I don't remember their names. Am I missing somebody? That's 7. Shoot. I don't remember if I'm missing anybody. Whatever. Man, you know, you Google how to write a press release, and all you get are just a million websites with this. Download our free press to learn how to do it. I'm like, no, it's Heaven's Gate, spelled that way. Nice. That's impressive. Oh. Oh, that tea is awful. I oversteeped it. Oh. So bitter. It is so bitter, it's not even funny. Oh no! My garbage fell. Oh. Woo. Just gonna get rid of that. No tea today. Just water. It's funny, I volunteered to do this on account of, like, hey, it's what my character would do. But, like, definitely shouldn't have put this off for, like, 3 weeks. And also, writing speeches is something I'm bad at. No, because I don't know what that phrase is. Oh, that is a dense Wikipedia article. It's interesting. I've heard of it. Now that I'm reading the article, I've heard of it. So what would the powers of that hero be?
Unread messages at your private terminal, Commander.
Alright. I have to say, I love this sample press release. Oh, interesting. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Yeah, it's not easy to read. Basically, it's literally, the sample article is literally, this company celebrates their 10th Twitter follower. No, I love that. That's really cool. And yeah, it is a weird way to get to basically illusion magic. It's the same thing as Doctor Strange, essentially. But that makes it kind of cool that it's a weird way to do it. So this is my big goal. Good. I'm trying to write a press release for the superhero tabletop RPG I'm a part of. Because it's such a different style of writing. It's been interesting. I'm like literally reading sample press release pages. Basically a new superhero team going live. And I'm just trying to figure out how that would be worded. As for the other side of the writing, that's also going pretty good. How are you doing, Laurel? Bummer. Just busy. Life. I mean, I usually get... I've actually been really good the last 2 weeks. And gotten more done. Um... That's really cool. I mean, if you've got that skill, like, that's the way to do it, right? Nice. What's the man-hour cost, though? So, am I going for an official press release, or... am I going more for a speech? That's fair. Fair play. Also, I remembered everybody except... Oh, hit the wrong button. I remembered everybody except for Watsumi hero names. I'm proud of myself. Missed. Alright, let's see here. Learning how to write a press release. On the fly. Oh, no. I just realized it's probably a press statement. Did I break my chat? No, doesn't look like it. Good. Write a press statement. Oh, no, it's not. That's what it is. Alright, what is the key message my group is trying to get out to the community? There's got to be superhero press conferences. Ah! Modern superhero movie mania has ruined the Google search for superhero press conferences. Okay, if you've got a superhero group named Pantheon, what is the mission statement? Yeah. So what we ended up with was a hero who can control luck, a teleporter, a hero who essentially turns into an angel, like an archangel, Spider-Man, which we couldn't get him to change his name to Loth. A hero who controls sound and can lure people with her voice. A plant hero, like a poison ivy type hero, and then a hero who is more of a fighter with a like spiritual summon of a blue dragon, the Japanese dragon. And so between Fortuna and Archangel, we were able to get Siren, Demeter, and Watasumi all on the same page of like some mythical element. Yeah, so Pantheon is the group's name. The theming doesn't quite work out when we have web, but actually the hardest part of this is thinking in superhero happy terms and like puns. Yeah, Web is essentially a Spider-Man. We couldn't get him to change his name to fit our theme. He's a 17-year-old boy. We couldn't get a 17-year-old boy to... Yeah. And it's his first RPG. You know, he's playing with his mom and his older sister. He's a very quiet, kind of shy boy. Alright, what is Pantheon's mission statement? I need a suitably cheesy mission statement. But I want it to be something Pantheon themed. Or gods themed. And I stole Pantheon from a lot of the superhero fiction where you have the Olympians. You know, and it's all Greek god themed heroes. It is very hard to search things like the formation of the Justice League announcement. My search history is so weird. Yeah, my search history is very weird. Yeah, for the most part. I might have an answer. I wonder if I have that book. Damn it! You have this book, though. I don't have the book I was hoping to have. This one is also about burgeoning superheroes. I'm trying to see if there's a press release. So one of the series that both the game I'm running and the game that I'm playing in are based off of is Superpowers, and it's just a hero series. But I'm trying to see if I can find. And one of the books I have in there is a little more about like the heroing side than it is about the training side. But it's with a friend instead. Damn it. I'm going for the do-gooder tone. Really, I'm going for that tone from Into the Spider-Verse about Peter's funeral, but I don't think I'm a good enough writer to get that tone. Citizens of Heaven's Gate. Not belated pride. Oh, he was at ECC? Damn it. Alright. Speeches are hard. I want to strike a tone. Alright, Pantheon's mission statement. We'll start with that. Something related to gods. Damn. Ha!
I want to avoid prey to us.
Also, Goodreads quotes on Greek mythology is full of a lot of very explicit stuff. That might be my new favorite quote. I am not able to share that quote with anybody, but it is probably my new favorite quote. I'm glad you were able to pop in. I know I haven't actually written much. I've just been trying to figure out how to... I've been thinking a lot. But I'm glad you were able to pop in. We can't put that one on stream. Um... Um... Oh no. Shit, I need something in Latin. Yeah. My character is a giant Latin nerd, so she's going to use something in Latin. Also, I'm sorry, Laurel, this one isn't, like, me actually focused on my writing. I am the terror that flaps in the night. I mean, fair. Very fair. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Dung James. Post a little bit of it in the chat, because I think links are disabled right now. I realize my mission statement's going to be in Latin, which makes this easier, but now I need to think up a couple suitably intimidating words in Latin. Oh! Let's see. I'm pulling... I want at least one Japanese word in there, too. So just... What would you do? If you're a superhero... What is it? Justice, protection... Justice, protection... So, yeah. I mean, essentially it's serve and protect, right? But justice, protection, service... Which in Latin, according to Google Translate, because I don't know Latin... Which I really wish I'd learned Latin, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. Presidium. I think it probably is officium, not serventium, because officium is duty and obligation. Officium. I did that already. Silly thing. Let's see. In Japanese, those are... Gogi... Gyogi. What was it? Sedai. Segi. I think it's Segi. But yes, then James, I'm happy to, if you... Justice, we'll do service next. I think it's just sheep. I think it might be Kinmi. Kinmu. Yeah, that's totally fine. I think it might be Kinmu. The problem is, at least in Latin, like the context is roughly the same to what we're used to as English speakers. In Japanese, these are very different words. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Oh, I don't get it. I got a piece of popcorn wedged up between the teeth. Unfortunately. Hey. Yeah, so it's based off. It's the Mutants and Masterminds superhero TRPG. I'm a player in this one. I have a lot of work to do for the one I'm running as well, but I'm gonna try not to do that on stream and actually use my stream time for my writing. I don't think I can use any of these Japanese words. That's really interesting. We'll use Yobo. And so my character is the leader of a brand new team. And I'm tasked with... I voluntarily said I'd write a press conference speech. Because I was like, you know what, I'd have a speech written, and we were wrapping up the session 4 weeks ago. I'm definitely going to keep Persadium. Yeah. I got it up. I'm just going to keep it over here. I like that. That's a really interesting speech. It's a really interesting kind of initial first dialogue in a campaign, right? Brand new. It's definitely like confusing, I imagine, as a character, but also really but it has the hooks. Oh, sorry. I was saying I like it a lot. It's a really good, as like the initial hook for a story. As a character, I'd be probably very confused. Especially as a player, if I don't know what I'm getting into, I'd be very confused, but not in a bad way, but in a like, oh, okay, This is going to be an interesting world. I'm actually going to go ahead. I like it, though. And I imagine it's designed for characters who don't really know what's going on. Also, guess what service is in Latin, guys? It's service. I need happy music right now. I don't have a ton of happy music. I have good music, but I don't have a ton of happy music. Service in Latin is service. Unsurprisingly. I went with officium because it's a slightly different type of... No, you wouldn't be confused in a bad way at all. It's... I was gonna say a lot like... it's a lot like the opening of BioShock... The newest of the BioShocks, the city one. I don't remember what BioShock that is. I don't remember it. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Splitting your party into opposing factions. Alright, I feel a little better having... If you're a superhero, justice, protection, and service. High-minded ideals. That's what you're... We're going to do Segi. So I think it's Segi Praesidum Officium. Honestly, ideally I'd like that service one to be a third language, but I don't remember if anybody else on our... Yeah, of course. If anybody else on any of the other heroes... I know we have Japanese and we have a Latin nerd, so... The opening speech from the twins in BioShock sets up a lot of the ideas of the story while also being, like, it doesn't actually explain anything, it just... but it explains things at the same time. It's a weird play, but it gives me a very similar vibe of, like, player hasn't touched anything in the world. Infinite. Bioshock Infinite was the word I wanted. But a very similar idea of, like, you haven't touched the world yet, and you've got a character onboarding you to some of the concepts before you really, like, are in a position to understand the concepts. It's a good thing. Alright. I'll take input once. I mean, you're welcome as I mutter to, like, input comments. I appreciate it always. Obviously, there's not a lot to input right now. I'll put the link. Go me, misplacing things. It's a very Twin Peaks style kind of supernatural, but not quite supernatural, very mysterious occurrences. Sort of campaign would be my... It's going to have kind of a surreal-ish... It's going to be a very surrealish campaign. Seguit Praesidium Officium. Oh, you know what? I don't want service to be first. I don't want justice to be first. I want justice to be last. I want service to be first. Officium Presidium Segui. Service, protection, justice. I would keep wanting to put honor on there, but that seems silly. I stream writing almost every Saturday for at least 2 or 3 hours. Usually it's not TRPG work, it's usually my own writing work. But I put off this homework for like 4 weeks, so I figured I'd take advantage of this time to do TRPG work. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Cool. But I also try to write during the week, obviously not on stream. That's a little harder to do. It makes the character giving the speech sound unhinged. Like, everything up until that point, the character is weird. But that last one makes them sound genuinely unhinged. But it fits the rest of the tone. Huh. This is interesting. Interesting website. Compatriots. Citizens of Heaven's Gate, you may recognize me and my compatriots. I think the hardest thing about writing is finding music that'll keep you focused. Oh, I know what I want. Stupid, but... Just gonna throw on the Halo soundtrack. Trying to figure out what the right emotions context is to send. I have Motion Thesaurus. Which is an awesome book. Oops. Yeah, a hero is doing this speech. Honestly, I think the story would be more interesting if you start as a member of the 333rd and let the characters kind of deviate from within, but have them all start as members of the 333rd. Sorry, I had the wrong tab up. And this is a speech giving this, or a hero giving this speech. .118 is pride, and it's not going to do what I want it to. Could do eagerness. Eager and proud. Shoot. Plenty. Bounty into opportunity. Prosperity. For 4 years, you've turned a catastrophe into...
private terminal, Commander.
It was done. This is actually after the all hell breaks loose. Um... Eager and proud. It's a short speech, but I think it's a good speech. Or at least this chunk of the speech is good. If you go in... Oh, yeah. If you go in the description below, there's a picture of two characters sitting by a lakeside. If you click that, because I've still screwed that up and I haven't fixed it, it'll take you to a Google Doc that has the writing stream focus. In which case, it's just going to be this stream. So that I can keep futzing with bits of this. Yes. Good, that's the tone I'm going for. Now, my character, who's the one in Fortuna, is definitely more of a cowl, but she's a publicist. So she knows her shit. And she'd rather do a cape speech than a cowl speech. Not explicitly, but it sound like the principle makes sense to me. Yeah. That's what I figured. And capes are essentially Superman. Yeah. The principle within our world is that even... I think the principle here is even the darkest of heroes is still expected to be some form of cape. Because they're officially government-sanctioned heroes. I need taglines for... I don't know what my other players want as their taglines. I'm gonna give homework to everybody else. Yay! Oops. So, this world is very, hey, you are a government-sanctioned hero, and that is it. So there is, like, the skulky spy heroes and the ones who do the work in the darkness. But the hero program is essentially designed in this world as a way to make the public comfortable with the fact that there are people who get superpowers from major events that are just essentially natural disasters. And, you know, make sure the public has a good thing to kind of attach to superpowers. This world is based off the Mutant Mastermind core world, and then a book series called Superpowered by Drew Hayes. And that series is really good. I love it. Yeah, I agree. It in these it functions a little bit more like the Golden Age in that respect than it does the Silver or whatever age we're in now. Or I think we're in the movie age now. But it's definitely more of a gold or silver age mentality of like government sanctioned heroes are good guys. I don't know if I think. Yeah. No. In IRL, I think government sanctioned hero would be terrifying. Yeah. But I think you'd see some form of like official heroes guild or something. So if it might not be government sanctioned, it is hero sanctioned. Or something similar, because heroes are such a idealistic. Yeah. But hero, the concept of a superhero is so idealistic that I think what you get is like some kind of idealistic organization sanctioning heroes, even if the government isn't. Probably, especially if the government isn't. Alright, I'm trying to decide if I want to add any more to this speech. Also, hi, Sajix. Probably. So, I don't love comic books, but I've fallen in love with superhero novel literature. So, The Superpowers by Drew Hayes, Confessions of a D-List Supervillain, which I forget the author. um, by Jim Bernheimer. I just threw it. That one's a little different, but things like that. Because unlike comic books, they're able to explore a lot of the underlying those kinds of thought process. Just because comic books, by their nature, they can be complex, but there's certain limitations on what they can explore. Maybe not so much anymore, but yeah. I mean, Watchmen talks about that. Like the Vietnam War, the Vietnam War ends because the Americans have more powerful superheroes. I don't like the harem aspects of super sales and superheroes, but they talk about the politics in a fantasy world of superpowered people and like the governmental politics of it. I love that stuff. I love making heroes complicated. And like the existence of heroes complicated and weird. Without it being like super secret evil Nazi remnant organization or something. Trying to decide. I don't think this speech needs to be much longer than this. Yeah, so this is I'm a player in a Mutants and Masterminds tabletop RPG. And my character happens to be the leader of the hero team. And I realized I can't write a speech. I couldn't come up with a press conference on the fly. And so about 4 weeks ago, I said I'd write a press conference speech. And we haven't had a game in 4 weeks, thankfully. But of course, the game's tomorrow. So I'm doing my homework now. And if I'm just introducing the hero team, yes, I agree with you. Like, it would probably be an international organization. It's weird stuff. Like, it's a really weird thing when, especially when you have superhero organizations, which we don't, but like you have alien threats and all that kind of stuff. So it becomes like, all right, who's the strongest hero team? It's the Justice League idea. Except sanctioned, because technically the Justice League isn't sanctioned, or is it? I don't have my comic lore quite great. Yeah, it always bothers me when hero teams are national, but it's an interesting plot twist. Or not plot twist, but like interesting plot conflict. It's also really interesting to see where the most powerful hero team ends up when the fiction talks about like the most powerful hero team in the world. I think it would depend on the superpowered individual and the power of that individual. I don't think badass normal would be able to But also, I think like a 50 caliber bullet would probably put down a lot of people, like Black Canary. Yeah, but no. But also, Superman's essentially a god. Like, as a hero, he's really annoying. I like him. He's also inspiring, but as a hero, he's essentially a god. That's the fun part about superhero-based literature that I've come to love, is like a lot of it is very like, no man, he had a gun. You can liquefy stone. He shot you in the head. End of the story, you know, end of that thing. Like, it confronts the fact that heroes die without being dramatic the way a lot of comics are about it. The other one that I really like is Soon I Will Be Invincible, which is a really interesting one. So I've done Sumiter, the Sumi. But it's interesting. Heroes are an interesting concept. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, one of the things I like from the Superpowered series is they consider tech genius a superpower. So Tony Stark, or any of the other dozen tech geniuses from Marvel, is a superpower. But that doesn't always mean they're a hero. They might support, or they might... But, you know. Because essentially they can build things that are, like, outside of the curve of technology. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6... Oh, plus Fortuna. 7, yeah. But yes, generally I kind of agree that if you're being a little more realistic than comics are... That being said, Batman would be a very useful hero, just he wouldn't be the hero you call to deal with Superman. His information gathering ability is immense, so he'd be a great backline hero. Alright, I think I did my homework. Because I think that's a pretty good initial speech. And we have an official motto. Yeah. And I think that's something that at least the big comic book superhero franchises kind of neglect is the support teams. To be honest, one of the most important healers or heroes you could ever have on a field is a healer. But that healer might be worthless in combat. And worth their weight in gold during combat still. But I think that's yeah. And I think that's just a factor of the golden age mentality of heroes that has kind of solidified what heroes are in comics at the very least. And it's part of what I like about literature heroes is that they can slip away from that. Ooh, so I've got an official motto, but I really just like following in your tradition. We're just following in your tradition. Tradition of service, because we're named Pantheon, so we're traditional. So tying it to tradition is a really interesting idea. Yeah, because heroes are different qualities of power. Not to mention, like, you might have a hero. If you have a hero who is just physically, you can't punch him into the ground, or a villain who just physically you can't punch into the ground because he's just so tough. But you have a hero who can cut gravity. You know, it becomes like no one hero is truly the most powerful. Except for Superman, who's a god. Or at the very least, a demigod. Yeah. The way I like Superpowered does it, although I don't agree with the scale, but it's the amount of destruction a hero can cause in an hour, left alone. And I agree with something like that. Some kind of scale of, like, objective, but it means that a hero who can control you with with their voice is going to be considered a 0 on that scale, and that's not going to be terribly useful. Even though that hero is super dangerous. So I don't agree with that scale specifically, but yeah, classifying heroes is a nightmare. Tradition of service. I want something. I really like this line. Oh, would it be tradition? A tradition to follow? Is traditions to follow, or a tradition to follow, too cheesy for a hero thing? Or is it just cheesy enough? Oh, to guide is a good one. Traditions. A tradition to honor? No. Tradition to look up to, but there's got to be a thesaurus word for tradition to look up to. There's got to be a big word for it. Admire, respect, no, aspire to. I think guide might actually be better. Alright, let's see what Google... I don't know Latin, but Google Translate says... Rector ut traditur, which is tradition. We're going to try to follow. Sequitir traditio un helia. What is helia? Tratu. Pause the music that I've got going. Let's do desktop audio, and we'll see what this...
A sequitur traditio ut heliae. A sequitur traditio ut heliae.
Ut heliae. What is heliae? We'll mute the desktop audio. Thanks, Google Translate. Halii is Halii. Stupid translate. Oh. Duh. Of the sun. Seque a tradiciones. That's the word. That's the phrase I wanted. Yeah, but guide translated really weird in Latin. So, sequi traditionis. Because tradition to guide is... You keep getting helii, which is not... Which just it literally means sun, essentially. So, like, it translates really weird, whereas sequi traditionis is a really good condensed Latin. I agree with you. I like a tradition to guide us, or something in that vein. But if I'm going to use Latin... gotta work with the Latin. If I'm gonna use Japanese, it's probably a whole other story, too. I'm really bad at A, B, C, D, F, G. There it is. Is pronounced...
案内する伝統
Anaisuru dento. That sounds pretty good too. Yeah, adding us
私たちを導くための伝
changes
統
the translation. That's really interesting.
従うべき伝統従うべき伝
That's
統
interesting. Oh, there'd definitely be if heroes were real. You need to have some understanding of what roles a hero was going to play. Hey, Silent. How are you? Doing good. I think I just wrapped up this homework that I had to do for the tabletop RPG that I'm a player in tomorrow. Which was just a nice little press conference speech. And I think I did a good job. It's in the Writing Stream Focus Google Doc. If you want to check it out and, like, give me feedback on it. I think I wrote a decent speech, but it's hard to know. And because this is a superhero themed yeah, so it's the big picture of the two characters sitting by a lakeside. If you click on that, it takes you to the link. And yeah, we've been waxing philosophical about superheroes and, like, the need to classify them or how you would classify heroes and all that kind of stuff. Given that the subject matter of the TRPG, of the tabletop RPG, is a superhero themed one. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break once I find the right button to click. I return. Very fair, Silent. You're right. I couldn't think of a better way to phrase it, though. Definitely. Would Rise Above be probably? You're right. Spit in the face does, or spit in its eyes does sound. Meh. That depends on the hero. You're right, though. That's a very good point. Honestly, Silent, I was on your side for a long time. I just had to find the right. I didn't like it in comics. Because I had the very similar mentality to you, Silent. Oh, there's a... I don't know where he ran off to. But yes, Dumb James, I know what you're talking about. You're right. Overcome, Vanquish, Castaway... Rise Above, Endure. Overcome, synonym. Defeat, solve, triumph over, best. I think I'm probably to face down Strife and probably Overcome is probably So, I'm going to pause you there just because, A, that's a really cool idea, but it entirely depends on how the game you're running is designed. It depends on the system you're using and your players and the expectations of those players within that system. All of which is very unique to the system. And the play style, the DM style, and the play style. So I'm happy to talk about like little writing bits, but because those things are so nitpicky and detailed, they're a little hard to talk about. It is one of those things. Like I'm working on a TRPG thing right now, but really I'm not worried about the TRPG side of the thing. I'm using it as a writing practice tool. Otherwise, you get stuck in endless stories about your TRPGs or TTRPGs. Which is fun, but never fun for everybody else watching. If I start doing it, somebody tell me to. Because I'm just as prone to it as anybody else. But, specifically, the reason I'm stopping it is because this is more about the writing than it is about the tabletop RPG. Oh, whoops. Alright. I agree. Spinning the eye was a bad choice of words. Unless you have something written, I'm going to try to avoid commenting on it too much because it becomes just kind of this endless hypothetical loop. And like, so I'll talk craft, but it's a little different. And the only reason I'm doing that is because we can go down that rabbit hole super deep, and it's never very fun for everybody else watching. Unless there are people sitting in the chat that are like actually interested and want to have that talk, in which case you guys do you. I really like Sequia Traditionis as the tagline over Officium Presidium Segi. Cool. So, I did my homework. Which means I can go do my other homework. Yeah, Tradition to God does sound better in English than a Tradition to Follow. What was the short I was working on? Because, you know, I have a novel that I'm supposed to work on, but I never do. No, was it an unfinished? It wasn't unfinished. Am I in the mood to work on this one? Or should I actually go bang my head in the novel for a little bit? This is a terrible sentence here in this piece. But it got me where I wanted to go. You know what? We're going to work on the novel today. Probably not for a ton of time, given it's already 2 o'clock for me. But this short doesn't... This short is really cool, and I really like the way it's structuring. Not explicitly, but specifically, tabletop RPG hypotheticals get really complicated and unique to the single person. And and the single campaign. It's the same reason why when you go to a panel about DMing at a conference, they don't want tabletop RPG stories, because they're really cool stories for the people who live them, but they're not that fun for everybody else listening. So I'm going to take a very similar tack to them for that reason, Dung. And just in general, like, it depends on the hypothetical. In general, I'm not going to ban hypotheticals outright. But what matters more is this stream is about the craft of writing and, like, actual writing. Really, it's a place for writers to hang out. Oh, sorry. I forgot to mute the desktop audio. Sorry for that, Silent. Didn't mean to blow up your ears. Really, it's a place. This is designed as a place for writers to hang out. So you get, yeah. It's also a place for me to write. So I'm happy to help out, but a lot of it won't be on stream. I will do a lot of not writing. Yeah, I'm happy to help though. I will do a lot of muttering about my writing or like talking about random rabbit holes. Rather than like actually writing. I'm bad at that. But yeah, we're happy to help with a chapter. I won't like live edit everybody on stream, but I'm happy to help and kind of give you feedback. Or somebody in the community is happy to help and give you feedback. Yeah, 1 second. Let me fiddle with something here, Dung, before you like go posting a link or anything. Subscribers, command. I don't remember what the button is that fixes this thing. Okay. I think I found the right button. Okay, I think I hit the right button. You should be good now, Dung. I won't get to those chapters this week, but I'm happy to, or not this week, but like today, but I'm happy to look at them. Such a bad... You know what? I just don't need it. It makes me mad. I don't need that sentence. But we're gonna go work on the novel. Yeah, but you can paste links now. I keep links pretty locked down, but for people sharing writing stuff, I usually open it up for them for a little bit. I found, what is it? I use, and haven't updated, shoot, it's in my descriptions, but, what is it? I've found that Wattpad is a pretty good method of sharing writing. Because Google Drive's a little more revealing. Which is why all the chapters of the document, which is currently the Raven Falls, is on Wattpad. Or of the novel is on Wattpad. No, I will look at it between streams. I don't want to turn this into like a writing review stream. Or at least not explicitly into a writing review stream. Partially because I am not an editor. But also partially because that's just not quite the point of the stream, is to review other writing. Not yet, not explicitly. Did I link it down below in the doobly-doos? No. It's pending, that's why. I haven't linked it yet. Hey, welcome back, Octavia. I've been here I missed a week, but I've been here most of the weeks.
I just usually am logged out by about this time. Because I usually wrap up around 1:30 to 2 p.m. my time. But since I was doing homework, I actually kind of want to do some OC writing. I have the bones of a Discord. I do not currently have a properly structured Discord yet. It's on my list of things to get to. Actually, you know what? I'll add it to my to-dos. I'll have a properly structured Discord by next week. Or some bare bones version of it. Okay, where was I in this chapter? I'm going to leave up the stream piece focus as the... So, Octavia, I was writing a speech as homework for one of the tabletop RPGs I'm a part of. And it's up in the stream piece focus, which is the picture of the two characters sitting by the lakeside. Which I need to fix. But if you don't mind, if you want to, I'd love feedback on just the speech in general. Otherwise, welcome to hang out. Actually, while I'm here, let me edit this panel really quick. So I'm usually on at 10:30 a.m. Central to about 1:30 a.m. Central, or 1:30 p.m. Ha! That's why I said if you wanted to give the feedback, it's up there. My writing's on the stream. I mean, I get to be a little greedy and get feedback, but yeah, you don't have to. Smartass. there's a difference between everybody reviewing people's writing within, whereas doing it on stream, especially a couple chapters, is a lot. Also, I said I'd review people's writing. I just won't do it. It won't take, I'll do it after the stream, essentially. Unless it's small. Hello. That is an interesting name, 66. Oh, right, I went down a rabbit hole about names of different kinds of wild magic. Oh, right. I got stuck because I don't know I don't know anything about the proper care of corvid birds. And Googling that is a really hard thing to do. There's a few of us who write on Twitch. Not many. None of you happen to be hawkers? Yeah, that's fair, Sadrix. I ran a writers group in the last city I lived in. And what I realized was I really liked the idea of writing as kind of a social activity, as silly as that sounds. It's essentially a speech for a superhero RPG introducing this superhero team to the city. And it's something I'm gonna have to read out. I'm gonna have to give the speech. So I just figured I'd use the stream time as time to do the homework that I was putting off for 4 weeks. To the city. Plus, I figured writing a speech is a really good practice because I don't do it a lot in my normal. That's a lot of people to follow in general, 6-6. That was not me, that was the DM. I'm going to assume probably. I didn't even think about the death cult. You make a very good point.
I'm gonna bring that up at the game tomorrow. I'm gonna go with no. That's interesting. Oh, sorry. Oh, the reason there's no comments mode specifically is because that Google Doc changes a bunch. But let me grab a new. Let me repost it really quickly here. There's a mode with comments. I didn't know that. That's interesting. My fellow players are the heroes that are watching this speech. I'm literally just the leader of a group of players. Yeah, so it's essentially the narrator on stage with heroes behind them and like the mayor next to them speaking to a crowd and cameras. So I'd probably put yourself in the position of the crowd watching from watching somebody on stage. I love that there's a website called crows.net. And I love that it's this old ass weird you know 90s or early 2000s website. Ha! Alright, we're gonna bookmark this, and I'm probably gonna have to send him a few emails. The other bit of context for the speech is that it's happening immediately after the hero team has just stopped like a really weirdly superpowered bank robbery. But this stuff shouldn't make a huge difference. Where is my other notes? Nope. To-dos. Nope. Stream notes. Yes. Tools. That's what I wanted. Resource repository. Alright, where was I in this novel? I'm torn here, because I feel like I'm at a point in this novel that, this chapter is really boring, or is really hard for me to write. It's not boring, but... And it's deliberately designed as a series of vignettes of just time being wasted, so it's a really good chance for me to characterize the character. But I'm curious what it's going to look like in the final. How much of this chapter is going to survive editing. What line? Oh, you're over in there. Oh, whoops. I need to update that quick line in there. Other pieces. This isn't the mayor. The mayor's next to me in the speech, or next to the character giving the speech. The leader of a new hero group. Of the leader of Pantheon. Man. It gains. Yeah. Sorry, the context was a little cut out. Appropriate sort of facility for ravens. Apparently, you can't just find what the best way to, like, house an entire community of ravens or crows is. What even is the internet for? Some really interesting resources out there, though. Also kind of depressing, but... Yeah, and it doesn't terribly matter to the, like, the details of it don't terribly matter. More or less, is it a good speech in the same way that the Spider-Man speech was a good speech from Into the Spider-Verse? Detailed editing stuff is not something I'm worried about. If you're watching a movie, does it seem like a fun speech? Because that's all D&D is in the end of the day, is players pretending to be in a movie. It's a great speech. It's not quite as good as the Independence Day speech, but, like, what is? Oh, let me tab over here. Let's go to my notes. Two things I need to set up. Gotta set up the writing. Fix. Linky. That's a very good point. Churchill is a great speaker. I'd add on FDR. It's always the thing about writing that surprises me is the amount of research you have to put into writing. As I'm, like, Googling how to take care of ravens. That's fair too. I guess you don't need the research. I like doing the research, so I guess I need to do the research. But you wouldn't need. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, so much rereading of just to remember where I was. So...
Unread messages at your private terminal, Commander. So the goal of this piece is to put her and her mom just chilling together. Got it. I know, but I have a different thing up on stream here than the speech, so I figured I'd keep the speech stuff over there. I will say, since you wanted to, I'll just talk. I think that second paragraph in the speech is valuable because it's oration, and repetition in oration is super valuable. And because I will actually be orating, people people have a habit of repeating themselves in oration. But you're right, like in pure writing terms, it's definitely a needless paragraph. In time to catch the pure black, that wouldn't be hyphenated, would it? That's a good point. Here then. Oh, resolve deletes thing? Ah. Stupid Google Docs. We've already introduced pitch, I think. Oh, yeah. I like that. Oh, no wonder. Okay. Gonna go another probably about 10 minutes before I get food because I'm starting to get hungry. Real hungry. And I'll wrap up everything then in about 10 minutes or so. You know what? For the fun of it, we'll pull this on so that other people know what's going on. Just futzing with the stream, with the piece from earlier in the stream. Why are these different fonts? That's really annoying. But just moving some stuff around more than anything. I appreciate it, Octavia. As well as everybody else who gave feedback on it as I read through it. I hate that Google Docs deletes the comment, but it makes sense, but I hate it because I like keeping comments like that for, like, past record. Yeah. That'd be smart. Let's change. Oops, did not want to do that. Let's put that back. Let's change up the music one last time. Actually, there's a very specific song that is constantly stuck in my head right now. Let's go put that on. There we go. Yeah, that... I need to talk to the DM for that. For that one. Because there are heroes with a capital H, but there are heroes, and I need to figure out if I'm going to reference them as heroes or something else. Because there's the sanctioned, like, superheroes. And even if I just did first superhero team, it all felt like it was cheapening the comment. So I'm going to workshop that a little bit. Probably with the DM, since it's his world. And part of it may just be that, like, in the context of the world, it's not that big of a deal because people are used to kind of the duality of the word. Seriously though, Octavia, I appreciate it. Speech writing is hard and weird. It's like a different... And that's not even... I thought I had to do a press release, and that's a whole other type of writing. You don't capitalize words when you say them out loud? They don't just float out from your mouth? No. There is... There is an intonation that does make a word seem capitalized. I've heard people do it. I don't know if I can do it. At least not on demand. But it would be, you guys are heroes, as opposed to we are heroes. And it's a level of like emphasizing things. I've heard really good speechwriters. Yeah. I've heard really good speechwriters. I have heard good orators do it. And even if I'm not a good orator, me, the nice part about Tabletop RPG is my character is definitely a good orator. Bungie does it a lot in the Halo games. That wizard came from the moon. That wizard, the way they say wizard, makes it a capital word. Forerunner. Well, forerunner is a noun. That's a little different. Or is a pronoun. Is a proper noun. But oh, that's a good way to think about it. Yeah. And again, that's part of the weirdness of speech writing is the textual versus the performative. Because you're right. That sentence definitely does... Coming from just saying, I'm not the first hero, to then, like, we are the first official heroes, could sound really demeaning, depending on how you orate it. Or at least cheapen the compliment. The scene that I always wanted to, that I still, it's really morbid, but that I've kind of fallen in love with as an emotional scene is the funeral, writing a funeral scene. What is it? So Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse has a funeral scene in it. That really, like, makes you feel. But a lot of that's carried by the visual elements. The opening of Echoes of Honor by David Weber. Now, admittedly, it's book 8 in a series, so you're going to feel no matter what. But it does a really good job of building the emotional undertone of this funeral. And he flat out says what the emotional undertone of the funeral is. But, like, also manages to make you feel it. Similar to speech writing. The reason I got on that track is just because speech writing always feels like a similar thing when you're writing a speech. In this case, I'm writing a speech to actually give. So I can get away with it. I can cheat a lot by using my own intonations and facial expressions and body language. Plus, it's a tabletop RPG, so I can cheat a lot more. But writing a speech into a actual textual story, there are some speeches I've read in textual stories that, like, get your blood pumping and get you get you going, and there are some speeches that you read that are supposed to do that, and they just don't do anything. So both speeches and then like funerals are these two parts of writing that are really weird and interesting to me. And because part of it is you can't cheat with tonal, body language, facial expression, visual, unless you're writing stuff for visual. Thank you for the emails about the comments on the thing that I set up as a comment thing, Google. It's just an interesting... I love and hate the splits between writing and like is the music coming through again? Did I forget to mute the... No, I muted the desktop audio. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, Octavia. Oh, yeah. Sparkle's great. Yeah, I keep the music off, partially because I don't want the stream to get muted, and partially because everybody listens to their own music a lot of the time. Because I've got a lot of people who just put on the stream and then they write and just hang out. Yeah, I'm kind of obsessed with the English version of Sparkle right now. Because I've had people ask me what I'm listening to before, so I don't mind showing what I'm listening to. It's an interesting way to be like, oh, okay, it's soundtracks or it's metal. And man, I jump between music all the time, trying to figure out what the right music to get my brain in the right spot is. Yeah. A lot of it is me figuring out how I want my writing stream to look. I saw one guy who literally read every word he wrote in his writing stream. Which was really weird to me. But like it worked for him and his audience. Just weird things like that. Might have been Scott? I don't know. I only paid enough attention to it for a minute. Might have been Scott. But, like, for me, I was like, that's interesting. I could never do that. I didn't think it was bad. I just was like, I couldn't do that. Alright. I'm gonna go get food and generally wrap up. I'm 2 hours over than I usually go, which is a nice change in pace. Thanks everybody for kind of helping out with that speech, or like just hanging out. Oh no, I can do that. I couldn't do that and like also focus on the writing at the same time. There's just something about it that like I was like, oh, I don't think this would work for. It's a style of streaming that wouldn't work for me. I can talk in front of people. That's easy. Obviously. But I'm out. See ya.